The memory of my death was a cold, metallic taste that never truly left my tongue, a phantom pain that lingered in my bones long after I had drawn a new breath. It wasn't just the snake's venom I recalled, but the far more insidious poison of betrayal that followed. In my previous life I was Lien, a village girl whose heart was a naive canvas for foolish dreams. He was Kai, an educated youth from the city, a creature of polished manners and distant allure who had condescended to inhabit our muddy provincial world. I loved him with a desperate one-sided fervor, willfully blind to the disdain in his eyes when they traced the calluses on my hands or the sun-weathered skin of my face. The day the bamboo viper struck him in the cornfield, my world narrowed to a single catastrophic point. Without a second thought, I pushed through the gawking crowd, fell to my knees and pressed my mouth to the festering puncture wounds on his calf. I sucked the vile, blackened poison from his flesh and spat it onto the earth over and over until my mouth was numb, my head spun, and the world tilted on its axis. I saved his life that day, but the venom had seared a secondary path, scouring my vocal cords, stealing my voice forever. Out of a sense of grim duty, or perhaps merely to quiet the relentless village gossip, Kai married the mute butcher's daughter and dragged me back to the city with him. For 3 long years, I lived in the shadow of his simmering resentment, a silent ghost in his home, believing my wordless devotion could someday thaw the perpetual winter in his heart. I didn't know that his heart was already a occupied territory, belonging to another educated youth named Mei Lin. I was just a burden, a living, breathing reminder of a past he was desperate to escape. When I was 10 months pregnant, my body swollen with the fragile hope of a new beginning, he finally showed me the monstrous truth of his character. He laced my dinner with dumb cane. As the violent cramps seized my body and a smothering darkness nibbled at the edges of my vision, he stood over me, his expression as cold and empty as a frozen lake. "Lien," he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. "This is your fault. If you hadn't insisted on saving me, I never would have been forced to leave Mei Lin. She's carrying my child now. It's time for you to step aside." The pain was sharper than any serpent's tooth, a searing agony that cut through me to my very soul. My child, my precious, unborn child, and I were discarded like yesterday's rubbish. So, it had all been a meticulously maintained lie from the very first moment. When I opened my eyes again, the world was blindingly bright, the air thick with the cloying scent of damp earth and ripening corn. A scream, horribly familiar, tore through the humid afternoon air, slicing through the lazy buzz of insects. It came from the direction of the educated youth camp. "Pie leg. Snake. Somebody help." It was Kai's voice. Disorientation washed over me, a dizzying wave that threatened to pull me under, followed by a tidal surge of sheer, unadulterated shock. I was standing on the dirt path leading to the fields, a heavy basket of freshly picked corn digging into my hip. I could feel the rough, worn texture of my cotton trousers, the tickle of sweat trickling down my temple. I was alive. And I could hear. "Lien. Where's Lien?" someone shouted, their voice frayed with panic. "What?" The word left my lips, clear and strong, a sound I had forgotten could be mine. My hands flew to my throat, fingers pressing against the vibration. A sound. I had made a sound. I could speak. The realization detonated within me, a silent explosion that reshaped my entire universe. I had been reborn. I was back at the exact pivotal moment before I had thrown my life away. A fierce, wild joy surged through my veins, so potent it made me lightheaded. I hadn't sucked the venom yet. I hadn't lost my voice. I hadn't been tricked into a marriage that was nothing but a prelude to my murder. I hadn't felt the life drain from me and my child. "Lien, what are you standing there for?" A sharp, impatient voice cut through my reverie. It was Mei Lin, her pretty face pinched with annoyance and a performative concern. "Don't you like Kai? Hurry up and help him." In my past life, those words would have been a command, sending me flying to his side, desperate to prove my worth. Now they felt like a trigger, releasing a cold, hard knot of resolve in my chest. I would not dance to their tune ever again. I slowly walked towards the gathering crowd, my steps measured and deliberate. The villagers parted for me, their faces a gallery of expectation. They were waiting for Lien, the lovesick fool, to perform her greatest act of devotion. I saw him then, just as I remembered, lying pathetically on a pile of rough wheat stalks, his face pale and twisted in a mask of pain. The culprit, a sleek and deadly bamboo viper, was long gone, leaving behind only the damning evidence of 2 puncture marks on his calf. The flesh around them was already swelling, turning an ugly mottled purple, distending against the fabric of his trousers. But even in his agony, his corrosive pride was intact. He gritted his teeth, his eyes, glazed with pain, finding mine with a familiar, withering disdain. "I'm fine. I don't need Lien's help. She's just a butcher's daughter. She's not even qualified to touch me." The words, which had once lacerated my soul, now bounced off a new, hardened exterior. Yes, I was the daughter of a pig butcher. In my past life I had worn that identity like a shameful brand, but it was that very trade that had put food on our table and a fierce, practical strength in my limbs. Kai had always looked down on me for it, and my younger self had foolishly believed that unwavering sacrifice was a currency that could buy his love. Maylin grew more frantic, her performance escalating. "Lien, why are you just standing there? If you don't suck the venom out, he'll die." I looked at her meticulously kept hair and her soft, unworked hands, and a slow, deliberate smile touched my lips. "Maylin," I said, my voice calm and clear, ringing with an authority that silenced the murmurs around us. "Kai is a man. He was bitten on the leg. I'm an unmarried girl. How could I possibly put my mouth on his leg? What would people say? It wouldn't be proper." A ripple of surprise passed through the crowd. This was not the meek, eager-to-please Lien they knew. This was someone new. Maylin's face flushed a blotchy, unbecoming red. "Lien, are you seriously thinking about propriety at a time like this? Everyone knows you're crazy about him. You bring him pork every day." "That's right," I admitted openly, another act that widened their eyes in shock. As a butcher's daughter, the one thing we never lacked was pork. I let my gaze sweep over the assembled villagers, meeting their curious stares one by one, before returning my focus to a flustered Maylin. "And yeah, all the pork I gave him might as well have been fed to a dog. I've given up. I don't like Kai anymore." I paused, letting the weight of my declaration settle in the thick air. "If any of you still like him, feel free to suck the venom out yourselves." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by Kai's ragged breathing. He was handsome and educated, and many girls harbored secret fantasies about him. But the bamboo viper was notorious. A bite from it promised a future of rotting flesh, amputation, or a slow, agonizing death. No one was foolish enough to risk their own life for his, except for the past, deluded version of me. As Kai's breathing grew more labored, he began to mumble, his consciousness slipping away. "Lien, help me." I turned to Maylin with a sweet, innocent smile that didn't reach my eyes. "I heard, Maylin, that Kai actually likes you. He even gave you all the pork I brought for him. It seems you two are quite close." Panic, pure and unadulterated, flashed in her eyes. "Lien, don't slander me. I came to the countryside to support rural development, not to get involved with anyone. Even if I ate the pork he gave me, nothing happened between us. We're innocent." "Oh," I said, my tone deliberately light, almost conversational. "Since you ate Kai's pork and now he's in trouble, shouldn't you return the favor? Hurry up and help him. Suck the venom out." I mean, she tangled herself in her own web of words, furious and humiliated. The crowd, sensing weakness and hypocrisy, began to turn on her. "Exactly," an old woman muttered, her voice carrying in the sudden quiet. "Kai's always been so nice to her. Gave her pork, did her chores for her. And now she won't even lift a finger? That's cold." Someone from the back of the crowd, eager to stir the pot, gave Maylin a hard, unexpected shove. She stumbled forward with a sharp cry, landing awkwardly on her knees right next to Kai's grotesquely swollen leg. The sight of the festering wound, the smell of fear and sickness, was too much for her delicate sensibilities. Her face twisted in horror and revulsion, and she retched violently, turning away to vomit onto the dirt. Backed into a corner with no graceful exit, she suddenly clutched her forehead, her voice becoming a dramatic wail. "Oh no. I can't, it's too hot. I have heat stroke. I'm going to faint." And with a final, flawless flourish, she collapsed in a heap on the ground, a perfect picture of fragile feminine incapacity. It was a masterful performance, but it was a performance that cost Kai everything. The village's only tricycle was miles away, delivering goods to town. By the time it returned, the golden hour for treatment had passed. The villagers worked quickly, loading a semi-conscious Kai and a now revived, weeping Mei-Lin onto the cart, rushing them towards the distant county hospital. I stood and watched them go, a strange, hollow emptiness where my heart used to be. It wasn't happiness I felt, nor was it guilt. It was the quiet, solemn satisfaction of a cosmic debt being settled by the universe itself, with me as a mere passive witness. I had done nothing but stand my ground, and his fate had already been irrevocably altered. A month later, the news trickled back to the village, carried on the lips of returning travelers. The venom had circulated in Kai's system for too long. The county hospital, poorly equipped, didn't have the specific anti-venom required. To save his life, the doctors had been left with one brutal, definitive option. They amputated his left leg below the knee. Kai, the proud, untouchable city youth, returned to our village a cripple, his body and his pride forever broken. And in that moment, standing on the dusty path and feeling the warm sun on my face, I knew my own path was diverging, stretching out before me towards a horizon I had never dared to envision. A new dream, one I had buried with my voice in another life, began to stir, to unfurl its wings deep within my soul. I was going to Shenzhen. I was going to sing. The first chapter of my revenge was written not in blood, but in silence and inaction, and it was complete. The weeks that followed Kai's amputation were a strange, suspended interlude. The air in the village, once crackling with the high drama of the snake bite, settled into a low, persistent hum of gossip. I was the subject of many whispered conversations, the girl who had refused to save the city boy, the girl who had found her voice only to use it for cold-hearted defiance. I found I didn't care for their opinions anymore. For the first time in either of my lives, I was filled with a profound, unshakable sense of peace. Every morning I woke with the dawn and tested my voice, humming a simple ancient folk tune my mother had taught me when I was small. The sound, clear and resonant in the quiet morning air, was a daily miracle, my personal anthem of freedom. Mei-Lin, ever the opportunist, had stayed by Kai's side during his hospital stay. It wasn't born of love, I knew, but of a calculated desire for comfort. Nursing a patient in a clean hospital bed was infinitely preferable to the back-breaking, soul-crushing labor in the cornfields under the relentless sun. She played her part to perfection, the devoted, heartbroken lover, soaking up the sympathy and attention while ensuring her own skin remained pale and unblemished. When Kai was finally discharged and returned to the village, he was a hollowed-out ghost of his former self. He was confined to a makeshift wheelchair, a rickety contraption cobbled together from an old chair and discarded cart wheels. His face was permanently set in a mask of sullen bitterness, and the empty space where his leg should have been was a silent, brutal testament to my deliberate inaction. I felt no guilt, only a cold, distant pity. He had made his choices in one life. I was making mine in this one. It took less than a day for Mei-Lin's paper-thin patience to disintegrate. The very next morning she appeared at my doorstep, pushing Kai's wheelchair before her like a shield. "Lien, you heartless woman," she snapped, her voice shrill with manufactured outrage. "Kai was in the hospital for a month, fighting for his life, and you never once bothered to visit him. What kind of a person are you?" I was outside my family's small mud-brick house, sweeping the hard-packed earth of the courtyard. I didn't stop my work, merely looked up and leaned on the broom handle, regarding her with a calm that seemed to infuriate her further. "Is Kai some kind of national treasure?" I asked, my tone flat. "Why should I have gone to see him? We have no connection." She sputtered, caught off guard by my refusal to engage in her dramatic script. Didn't you used to like him? Everyone knows you were obsessed with him." "I don't care what everyone knows," I said, my voice final. "His leg's injured now and he needs someone to take care of him. The youth camp isn't convenient for a cripple. He should stay at your house. You seem so devoted after all." The audacity of her demand stole my breath away. "What do you think my house is?" I asked, a slow, cold anger beginning to burn in my chest. "A garbage dump?" I let my gaze drop meaningfully to the space beneath his blanket. "Why should I take care of a cripple?" The word, harsh and unadorned, hung in the air between us, sharp and cruel as a shard of glass. Kai, who had been sitting in silent, seething anger, flinched as if I had physically struck him. His hands, resting on the arms of his chair, clenched into white-knuckled fists. "Lien, he shouted, his voice cracking with a mixture of pain and fury. How dare you? If you hadn't stood by and done nothing, if you had just helped suck out the venom like you were supposed to, I wouldn't have lost my leg. This is all your fault, you selfish, heartless witch. It was the classic guilt trip, the same emotional manipulation he had wielded so effectively in our past life. Those words would have once shattered me, sent me into a spiral of apologies and self-recrimination, desperate to earn his forgiveness. Now they just sounded pathetic, the desperate flailing of a drowning man. I let out a short, cold snort of derision. Kai, is there some law written in the sky that says I have to save you if you get bitten by a snake? And let's be clear, it wasn't just any snake. It was a venomous bamboo viper. None of the brave villagers dared to help you. Even your dear, delicate Maylin here didn't lift a finger to save you, did she? I shot a pointed look at Maylin, who paled visibly. But even now, hobbled and humiliated, he rushed to defend her. Lien, Maylin is an educated youth, a proper young lady from a good family. Who are you? A rough, unmannered village girl. How can you even compare yourself to her? And for your information, the day I got bitten she was going to help me, but the heat was too much for her constitution. She's delicate. She passed out from heat stroke. It's not her fault. I looked at him, this boy who had once been the sun around which my entire world revolved, and felt nothing but a vast, weary contempt. He was beyond saving, trapped in a prison of his own delusions of superiority and a twisted, self-serving chivalry. Kai, I said, my voice flat and utterly devoid of emotion. You have no money, no prospects, and now you're a cripple. I must have been blind, deaf, and stupid in my past life to ever fall for someone like you. You think you can just move into my house? Dream on. Get lost. I've got real work to do. You're rude and vulgar, he spat, his composure finally shattering completely. How dare a butcher's daughter like you look down on us educated youths? You're nothing. That was it. The final trigger. In my past life, I had been deeply ashamed of my background, of the smell of blood and animals that clung to our home. But now I saw the raw, unvarnished strength in it. My father's trade had given me resilience, practicality, and a familiarity with sharp edges. I rolled up my sleeves, walked calmly into the dark, cool interior of our house, and emerged a moment later with two of my father's sharpest, most well-balanced pig-slaughtering knives. The morning sun glinted menacingly off the polished steel blades. Educated youths are still human, I said, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous register. But so are butchers. And butchers know how to use their tools. If you push me any further, I'll treat you both like the pigs we slaughter and carve you up right here in this courtyard. The color drained from their faces, leaving them a matching pair of terrified, waxen masks. Maylin let out a little shrill shriek. Lien, you've gone completely crazy. What are you doing? Put those down. Kai, for all his bravado, was utterly terrified. He tried to back his wheelchair up, but its wheels dug into the soft earth, stuck fast. Maylin, in a blind panic, didn't even bother to try and help him. She threw one last terrified glance at the knives in my hands, then turned and fled, her feet kicking up small puffs of dust as she ran without a backward look. Left utterly alone and defenseless, Kai looked from the deadly sharp knives to my utterly serious face, and saw no bluff in my eyes. The raw, primal fear broke him completely. He tumbled out of his chair, landing in an undignified heap on the hard ground. He dropped his head, his body shaking with sobs, his precious pride completely and irrevocably shattered. Lien, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please put the knife down. Don't kill me. I beg you. Watching him grovel in the dirt, reduced to a pathetic weeping mess, was immensely satisfying. It was a dark, vengeful balm spread over the deep, festering wounds of my past life. I slowly lowered the knives, though I did not put them down. Scram, I said, the single word as cold and sharp as the blade in my hand. He didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled, crawling and dragging his body through the dirt, not even bothering with his abandoned wheelchair, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and the monster he had created. For a few blessed days there was peace. I helped my mother with the endless chores, I practiced my singing in the deep, secluded woods where no one could hear, and I began to solidify my plans. Shenzhen was no longer just a vague dream, it was a concrete destination. I started to quietly gather information, asking the few villagers who had relatives working in the southern city about train schedules, work permits, and the cost of living. But Kai, it seemed, was not done with me. He came crawling back, his skin thicker than I had ever imagined. This time he had progressed to a crude crutch, carved from a dry tree branch. He stood with as much pride as he could muster in front of our house, a smug, triumphant smile plastered on his face. "Lien," he announced as if presenting a royal decree. "Bet you didn't expect this. The commune and the youth office have reviewed my case and approved my return to the city. I'm going home. Meanwhile, you're stuck here rotting in these backward mountains for the rest of your miserable, insignificant life. Poor thing. You must be so jealous, aren't you?" I looked at him, this broken boy who believed a return to the city was a triumphant victory, even as he returned a shattered man. I felt a wave of pity so strong it was almost nauseating. "Kai," I said, not with anger but with a profound, weary sadness. "You're a pathetic cripple. Let's be honest. You can't carry a bucket of water, you can't run a single step. Even if you stayed here, you'd be a burden, living off the grudging charity of others. Do you really think the commune is letting you go because they value you? No. They're just trying to get rid of you to pass their problem on to the city. And even if you do make it back, how are you going to survive? By sitting on a street corner with a begging bowl?" Every word was a needle, meticulously popping the inflated balloon of his ego. His face contorted, a grotesque mask of rage and humiliation, but he was clearly still terrified of my knives, so he swallowed his fury, his Adam's apple bobbing convulsively. "No matter what you say," he clung stubbornly to his last tattered shred of pride, "city folks like us will always be better than you peasants. Once I get back, I'll buy a good job, live in a proper apartment, eat good food, live a life way better than you'll ever know, toiling away in the fields like a beast of burden until you die." I gave him a slow, sarcastic smile. "Oh yeah. And where exactly are you getting the money to buy this wonderful city job? Have you been hiding a fortune I don't know about?" He froze. It was clear he hadn't thought that far ahead. I knew from our past life that his parents were low-level factory workers with no savings, no connections. And now that he was a disabled, disgraced burden, they had likely severed ties completely, not wanting to be dragged down with him. His future was a black, hopeless void, and in that moment he knew it. That's when the real, desperate purpose of his visit became painfully clear. He dropped the smug act and put on a pitiful, wheedling face. "Lien," he began, his voice taking on an unctuous tone. "Your dad's a butcher, right? He must have saved up a good bit of money over the years. I'm willing to be generous here, to give you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you lend me 200 yuan, just a loan, so I can buy a good job and return to the city with my head held high, I'll lower my standards and agree to marry you. I'll reluctantly take you with me so you can become a city wife, leave all this behind. What do you say? It's a fair deal." The sheer, breathtaking audacity of it left me speechless for a moment. 200 yuan was a fortune, enough to buy 2 comfortable positions in the city. He wasn't just planning his own return. He was clearly planning to take Mei Lin with him, reinstating their comfortable life on my family's dime. And he expected me to pay for the entire charade in exchange for the privilege of being his lifelong nurse, caretaker, and financial support. A burden to be endured. I was so furious I saw red. I cursed him out on the spot, my voice shaking with rage. "You're a cripple. A useless, broken cripple. And you think you're good enough to marry me? You're lowering your standards? Give me a break. You just want a woman who will pay your way and wait on you hand and foot like a live-in nurse and banker for the rest of your useless life. Dream on, Kai. There's no way in hell I'd ever marry you, not in this life or any other." But this time, to my utter astonishment, he didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a smug, knowing little laugh that chilled my blood to ice. "Lien, marriage isn't decided by the wishes of a foolish girl. It's decided by the parents." His smile was a venomous, triumphant thing. "Your mom and dad have already agreed to marry you off to me. The arrangement is made. Don't believe me? Go home and ask them. You're as good as mine." Clang. The sickle I had been holding, forgotten in my hand, dropped from my numb fingers and hit the hard ground with a dull, final sound. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, the colors bleaching away. Oh, it couldn't be true. My own parents, the people who were supposed to protect me, had sold me out to this monster. I ran. My feet pounded against the hard-packed earth, each step a frantic drumbeat of denial. The familiar courtyard of my home, usually a place of weary resignation, now loomed like the gates of a prison. My mother was there as always, her back bent over a tub of washing, her movements slow and heavy with a lifetime of fatigue. "Ma." The word tore from my throat, raw and desperate. I skidded to a halt before her, my chest heaving. "Is it true? Did you and Pa agree to marry me off to Kai?" Her hands stilled in the soapy water. She didn't look at me, her gaze fixed on some distant, painful point only she could see. Her silence was a confirmation more damning than any shout. From the dark doorway of our house my father stumbled out. The sharp, sour smell of cheap baijiu preceded him. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a blotchy red. "You ungrateful girl," he roared, his words slurring into one another. "I've spent half my life slaughtering pigs, my hands steeped in blood, and this is my retribution. Stuck with a worthless daughter. No son, no legacy. Now finally a city youth, a cripple yes but a city man, is willing to take you off my hands. You should be on your knees with gratitude. Who else would have you? Tell me that. Who else would take a butcher's daughter, an old maid, besides a broken city boy?" Each word was a lash, reopening old wounds. Yes, I was a butcher's daughter. I was in my 20s, an old maid by the village's narrow standards. My parents' shame over my unmarried status was a constant, heavy presence in our home, a blanket of disappointment that smothered every conversation. And Kai, the cunning serpent, had slithered right into that vulnerability. He had painted a picture for them, their daughter a city wife, themselves the respected in-laws of an urbanite. He'd even had the audacity to demand a 200 yuan dowry for the privilege, and my father, in his desperate drunken thirst for a sliver of respectability, had agreed. My mother, her spirit crushed by decades under my father's fists and fury, had no voice. She could only look at me, her eyes pools of silent, helpless pleading. When the full, ugly truth was laid bare, I began to tremble. But it wasn't with fear. It was with a rage so pure, so incandescent. It felt like a cleansing fire burning through the last vestiges of my old, submissive self. For the first time in either of my lives, I stood my ground against my father. "I don't care what promises you made," I said, my voice shaking but clear, cutting through the alcoholic haze surrounding him. "I will never marry Kai. He is a liar and a scumbag. He will use me and discard me. He will ruin me." My father's face turned a terrifying shade of purple. The veins in his neck bulged. Instead of coming for me, he turned on my mother, the easier target. He lashed out with a vicious kick, catching her squarely in the stomach. "You raised this worthless girl," he bellowed as she crumpled to the ground with a choked cry. "This creature who eats my food, lives under my roof, and dares to talk back to me. Fine. I'll deal with both of you right now." He raised a meaty fist and charged at me. But I was ready. The confrontation with Kai had been a lesson in the language of power, and I had been studying hard. 4 days I had been quietly sharpening my father's butchering blades, feeling their deadly balance, preparing for a moment like this. I didn't flinch. I didn't run. I turned, and in 2 swift strides, I grabbed the heavy, well-worn cleaver from the chopping block near the kitchen door. As my father lunged, I didn't aim for him. Not yet. I brought the cleaver down on the old, scarred wooden kitchen table with a deafening thwack. Splinters flew. I hacked at it again and again, my arms powered by a fury born of 2 lifetimes of oppression. The sound was monstrous, a violent percussion that echoed through the courtyard. My father froze mid-step, his drunken bravado evaporating into stunned, sober terror. In the sudden silence, I turned and closed the distance between us. I held the cold, sharp edge of the cleaver right against his neck. The steel kissed his skin. He gasped, his eyes wide with a shock so profound it seemed to sober him instantly. "You bastard," I growled, my voice a low, deadly whisper. "Lay one more finger on me or my ma and I'll kill you. I swear it. I don't care if I die too. We'll go down together." He never expected this. The daughter he had bullied and belittled her entire life was now holding a blade used to dismember pigs to his throat, and her eyes held no fear, only a cold, fearless certainty that promised she would follow through. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. "You crazy girl," he whispered, his voice trembling. "You've gone mad. I'm your father. You dare raise a knife to me?" I stared at him, unblinking, my grip firm on the cleaver's handle. "You get drunk and you beat your wife and your daughter. You have never been a father to me. You're a bully. And what I am doing right now counts as self-defense. If you don't believe me, go ahead." Hit me. Let's see what's stronger, your drunken fists or my butcher's knife. My mother, clutching her stomach, was terrified. But after a second's hesitation she scrambled to her feet and threw herself between us, shielding me with her body. Please don't hit her anymore, she begged, sobbing. If you beat her to death we'll truly have no one left. We'll have nothing. Then she turned to me, her face streaked with tears and dirt. Lian, please put the knife down. He's still your father no matter what. Please. She was trying to give him a way out, to de-escalate the situation before it ended in bloodshed. He seized the chance, hurriedly pulling back and muttering empty threats under his breath. Ungrateful brat. Oh, I'll let you off this time. For your mother's sake. But if you ever dare talk back to me again I'll beat you to death. With that he turned and bolted out of the courtyard like a rat fleeing a sinking ship, terrified I would change my mind and hack him to pieces. In that moment as I watched him run, I realized something profound and life-altering. If I stood up and fought back, if I showed no fear, even the most brutal abusers could be reduced to cowards. They weren't invincible titans. They feared pain, they feared blades, they feared losing their pathetic dominion just like anyone else. But once he was gone, the adrenaline faded and my mother began sobbing quietly, her entire body shaking. I thought she was afraid of his return, of the retribution to come. Ma, I said, my voice softening as I finally lowered the cleaver. I went to her, putting an arm around her trembling shoulders. Next time he lays a hand on you, you fight back. You don't have to take it. Go to the commune. Report him. Let the whole village know what he is. He's scared of losing face. He doesn't want people pointing fingers behind his back. But my mom just shook her head, her tears falling onto the dusty ground. It's been over 20 years, Lian. I've gritted my teeth and gotten through it all. I've endured. What else can I do? Then she said something that shattered my heart into 1,000 pieces. Lian, your dad has a hard life too. My health was never good. I couldn't give him a son and people mocked him for that, called him a failure. He needed to let it out somehow. I'm his wife. It's my duty to bear it. My chest ached with a pain so sharp it stole my breath. Why, Ma? I protested, my own tears starting again. Why should having a daughter be a reason for shame? That's not fair. It's not right. Girls can carry on the family too. We deserve a future of our own, a life we choose. But she didn't agree. She didn't even seem to hear me. Instead, she wiped her eyes on her sleeve and went into their room. She returned a moment later, holding a cloth bundle. With trembling hands, she unwrapped it. Inside was a stack of banknotes. The 200 yuan. The blood money meant to buy my way into a life of servitude. She tried to reason with me, her voice pleading. Lian, don't worry about what other people say. Look. She pressed the money into my hands. Your father was willing to hand over his life savings, everything we have, to Kai so he could take you to the city. That proves he values you. He wants a better life for you. I stared at the cash, feeling its weight, the weight of my father's ambition and my mother's misguided hope. He doesn't value me, Ma, I said, my voice thick with emotion. He values the idea of being a city father-in-law. He doesn't care what happens to me as long as he can boast about it to his drinking buddies. But my mom didn't understand. She kept trying to speak up for Kai, to sell me on the fantasy. Lian, I think Ethan's actually pretty decent. I mean, sure, he's got a bad leg now, but he's still educated. When he came to propose, he was so polite. He said he's always liked you deep down. He promised he'd take good care of you once you moved to the city. You'd have an easier life. That hypocrite. The words were like acid. But I couldn't blame my mother. She hadn't lived through the nightmare I had. She wasn't the one who had been betrayed and murdered in a past life. She had no idea what kind of monster Kai truly was. Still staring at the cash in my hands, a plan began to form, a desperate, audacious plan. Ma, I asked, forcing my voice to be calm. Do you know what year it is now? It's 1984, she said, puzzled. The news said they've started issuing national ID cards across the country, from cities to villages. Why? It matters a lot, I said, my heart beginning to race, a spark of hope igniting in the darkness. With an ID card I can travel. Legally. I can go far away. I can go to Shenzhen to find work. Real work. Her eyes widened in horror. Go to Shenzhen? Are you out of your mind? You're a girl. A girl's place is here, getting married and having children, taking care of her family. Running off to work in a strange, big city. That's a man's job. It's too dangerous. I shook my head, clutching her hands, the money pressed between our palms. Ma, Shenzhen is a special economic zone. They're building it from the ground up. There are factories everywhere and they need workers, thousands of them. They don't care if you're a man or a woman. I can start working on an assembly line. The pay is good. Once I've saved up enough, I'll buy a little house in the city. Proper home. And I'll bring you there to live with me. You'll never have to be afraid again. But she refused to budge. The walls of tradition and fear were too high. No, Lian. Absolutely not. Shenzhen is full of dangerous people, cheats and criminals. What if someone kidnaps you? What if you get lost? What would I do then? I'd die of worry. No matter what I said, no matter how I painted the picture of opportunity, she wouldn't listen. The desperation of 2 lifetimes welled up inside me, a torrent that could no longer be contained. I broke down completely, great heaving sobs racking my body. Ma, I cried, my voice cracking with the weight of my truth. Do you really want me to marry Kai? Do you want to sign my death warrant? He doesn't love me. He looks down on me. He's been involved with Maylin this whole time. One day he's going to throw me away or worse. He'll ruin me just like Pa has ruined you. Is that what you want for your daughter? A life of misery and betrayal. She looked stunned as if I'd slapped her. That can't be true, she stammered. Kai always seemed so polite, so well-mannered. Ma, I said, my voice dropping to a raw, painful whisper. A man's mouth is full of lies when he wants something. The more he fakes it before marriage, the more he'll take it out on you afterward. I looked at her with pleading, desperate eyes. Thikma, before you married Pa, when he came to propose, didn't he seem honest? Didn't he seem respectful? But what happened after you married him? What has your life been? My mom fell silent. The truth of my words, the undeniable evidence of her own suffering, hit her with the force of a physical blow. She looked at me, really looked at me, and for the first time I saw a crack in the wall of her resignation. She didn't sleep at all that night. I could hear her restless movements from the other room. The next morning, while my father was out at the commune, she came to me. Her face was pale and etched with new lines of worry, but her eyes held a flicker of resolve. She quietly slipped the bundle of 200 yuan into my hands. Her own hands were trembling. Lian, she whispered, her voice barely audible, filled with a nervous fear. Are you really going to Shenzhen? Are there really that many big factories there? Will you be safe? I hugged her tightly, my own tears flowing freely now, tears of relief and a crushing love. Don't worry, Ma. The county TV station's been reporting on it non-stop. They say the streets there are lined with gold for those who are willing to work. I pulled back and looked into her eyes. As soon as my ID card is ready, I'll leave. That very night. The battle for my future was won. But the war for my departure, I knew, was just about to begin. The days while I waited for my ID card were a lesson in suspended animation. I moved through my chores like an automaton, my mind 1,000 miles away amidst the neon and noise of Shenzhen. My father, still smarting from the Cleaver incident, maintained a sullen, simmering silence, but I could feel the heat of his resentment like a physical pressure. The air in our home was thick with unspoken threats, a pot waiting to boil over. Meanwhile, Kai, emboldened by my father's promise, became a permanent, pathetic fixture in the village's gossip mill. He hobbled around on his crutch, bragging to anyone who would listen, and many who wouldn't, that I was so desperate for a city husband that I was paying him to take me. The narrative he spun was one of my utter devotion. I was offering myself and my dowry without even the dignity of a bride price. He even had the gall to expect me to fund not just his own return to urban glory, but Maylene's as well, casually mentioning that I would, of course, be purchasing their train tickets. This news acted like a miracle tonic on Maylene. The moment she heard Kai had secured her passage back to civilization and the promise of a city job, she slithered back to his side, her previous heat stroke and abandonment conveniently forgotten. Their reconciliation was a public spectacle of nauseating hypocrisy. There they were, Kai with his crippled leg and Maylene, clinging to his arm as if he were a conquering hero, openly resuming their clandestine meetings in the cornfields as if the amputation and the betrayal had never happened. They were a pair of actors in a deluded play, and they made a point of performing their scenes of reunited happiness right in front of me, their captive audience of one. Lian, Kai smirked one afternoon, cornering me by the village well. You got all 3 train tickets ready, right? Mine, Maylene's, and yours. Don't screw this up. He said it like he was doing me a favor by allowing me to bankroll his escape. I clenched my fists behind my back, my nails digging half-moons into my palms. I forced a bland, subservient smile onto my face. What he didn't know was the beautiful, cruel symmetry of my plan. Out of those 3 tickets, only one was real. The one-way ticket to Shenzhen, purchased with a portion of the dowry money, tucked safely in my inner pocket. The other 2 were expired scraps I'd picked up from the gutter near the county bus station, worthless placeholders for a train that would never come for them. Don't worry, I said, my voice sweet as poisoned honey. I've got all 3 tickets. The train to North City leaves the day after tomorrow. But my parents. I let my gaze drop, playing the part of the obedient, mistrustful village girl to perfection. They're afraid you'll trick me. They said I should hold on to the tickets until the very day we board. Kai rolled his eyes, a gesture of supreme urban condescension. Your whole family's so narrow-minded. It's embarrassing. Then he turned to Maylin, his voice dripping with a fake tenderness that turned my stomach. Even though my leg's bad now, I've got money. I'll buy us good teaching jobs once we're back. We'll both become college professors. Even with one leg, I'll make sure you live a good life. He then looked back at me, his lip curling in a sneer. As for Lien, even if she clings to me all the way to the city, at most she'll be a nanny for our household. She'll never affect your status, my love. Maylin was visibly moved by this grand, delusional declaration. Oh Kai, you're so good to me, she simpered, tears glistening in her eyes. I love you. I've always loved your soul, not your body. Even if you're crippled, I'll never leave you. Right there in broad daylight, they embraced, a pair of tragic lovers in their own pathetic drama. I nearly gagged. It was so transparent. Kai, since losing his leg, had become bitter, irritable, and entitled. This deep love was a performance for an audience of 2. And Maylin, who claimed such devotion, was only enduring his bitterness for the train ticket and the phantom job. A morbid curiosity took root in me. What would happen to their great love when they discovered there were no tickets, no jobs, and no future? Finally, the day of departure arrived. The morning was crisp, the sky a pale, washed-out blue. My parents, a study in contrasts, accompanied the 3 of us to the county train station on a borrowed tricycle. My mother's face was a mask of quiet anxiety, her hands clutching a small bundle of food she'd prepared for me. My father wore a strange, puffed-up expression, already mentally polishing his new title, father-in-law of a city man. Kai and Maylin were practically vibrating with ill-concealed excitement. On the crowded, chaotic platform, they stood watching the bustling trains and the well-dressed city folk with wide, hungry eyes. They were so lost in their fantasy of urban bliss they didn't even glance properly at the tickets I handed them. The crisp, valid one for me, the 2 crumpled, obviously dated ones for them. They clutched them like golden talismans, their tickets to a better life. The moment of truth arrived with a screech of brakes and a blast of steam. My train to Shenzhen was announced. I hoisted my single, worn suitcase. Where are you going? Kai asked, confused as I moved decisively toward the correct platform. Lien, didn't you attend that literacy class? Can't you even read? That's the train to Shenzhen, not North City, you idiot. But the conductor had already checked my ticket. I climbed the metal steps, the sound firm and final beneath my feet. I found my hard seat by the window and rolled it down, leaning out to look at them through the grimy glass. They stood on the platform, 2 stunned statues amidst the flowing river of passengers, their mouths agape. Kai, I said, my voice calm and clear, carrying over the station's din, I didn't get on the wrong train. My ticket is for Shenzhen. I let a slow, cold smile touch my lips, a smile meant only for them. You 2 should have looked more closely at your tickets. Are you sure they're even real? Kai froze, the color draining from his face. Maylin, with a panicked gasp, scrambled to inspect hers. What? How could this happen? She shrieked, holding up the worthless paper for all to see. These are expired. The date is from last week. That's right, I said, my voice flat. Their tickets were for North City, but the printed dates were from a week ago. I bought them from a shady scalper. Completely invalid. I didn't bother feigning innocence now. Let them see the truth in my eyes. The color returned to Kai's face in a rush of humiliated, blotchy red. Lian, what the hell is this? He shouted, his voice cracking with a fury so pure it seemed to vibrate in the air. You tricked us. You planned this. His outburst drew the attention of passers-by and a stern-looking station officer who began moving toward us. Instantly, I rearranged my features into a mask of flustered, innocent apology. I was a country girl after all. Easily duped. Oh no. I cried, my voice pitched to Carrie, layering it with a convincing tremor. It's my fault. I must have gotten scammed by that ticket seller. He swore to me they were valid for North City. He seemed so honest. I had no idea they were expired. I'm so sorry. I looked from the officer to the growing crowd, playing the part of the victim perfectly. It was a masterful performance. The crowd's sympathy visibly shifted to me, the poor, naive girl cheated by a city slicker. But the reality was a cold, hard wall. Invalid tickets were useless. All the real tickets to North City were long sold out. And even if there were seats available, Kai and Meilin didn't have a single spare yuan between them. Their dream of a triumphant return to the city evaporated in the sooty, acrid air of the station, leaving behind the bitter ashes of reality. Meilin looked like she might actually faint from sheer, incandescent rage. I don't believe this. We were supposed to go back today. You did this on purpose. Kai, his pride in tatters, whirled on my father, his last desperate hope. You two old fools. What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't we agree? I take your daughter to the city and in return you pay for our tickets and give us the 200 yuan dowry. This was the deal. My dad panicked, seeing his coveted status and his money disappearing before his eyes. He jabbed a thick, accusing finger at me through the train window, his face purpling. You ungrateful brat. How dare you play games with me? Why the hell are you going to Shenzhen? And where's my money? Hand it over to Ethan. No. I still plan on becoming a city father-in-law. In the face of my father's roaring anger and Kai's sputtering, impotent rage, my mother, for the first time in her life, did not shrink back. She did not cower. She stood her ground, her slight frame seeming to grow taller, her spine straightening from its perpetual slump. The anxiety on her face melted away, replaced by a fierce, protective resolve that I had never seen before. That 200 yuan, she said, her voice trembling at first but gaining strength with each word, cutting cleanly through my father's tirade, was mine. I earned it with every meal I cooked, every piece of clothing I washed, every blow I endured. I gave it to my daughter. She turned her gaze to Kai and it was like a physical blow so full of contempt it made him take a step back. Kai, a shameless, lazy bum like you isn't good enough to lick my daughter's shoes. You will never have her and you will never have our money. My father went berserk. The betrayal from his meek, submissive wife was the final, unforgivable straw. With a guttural, inarticulate roar of pure fury, he pulled an empty glass bottle from his coat and hurled it with all his might at my mother's head. You traitorous woman. You two bitches teamed up to scam me. I'll kill you both. Ma, watch out. I screamed, pure terror for her freezing the blood in my veins. Of everyone and everything I was leaving behind, she was the only one I couldn't bear to lose, the only one who made my resolve waver. At that moment she glanced back at me. And I saw it. A shift, a sudden ferocious courage born from a mother's love, a fear not for herself but only of worrying me, her departing daughter. Then without a second's hesitation as the bottle shattered on the ground beside her, she didn't flinch away. She bent down, grabbed a long, wicked-looking shard of the broken glass, and as my father lunged for her, she slashed it toward his neck. He screamed, a high-pitched sound of pain and utter shock, stumbling backward. He had dodged on pure instinct. The glass didn't slice his throat, but it gouged two deep, bleeding furrows across his cheek, marking him horribly, a visible scar of his defeat. It was the first time she had ever fought back. The sight of his meek, broken wife, armed and dangerous, her eyes blazing with a fire he had never seen, terrified him more than any butcher's cleaver ever could. It shattered the fundamental order of his world. You crazy bitch, he howled, clutching his bleeding face. A woman's husband is her god. You dare attack me? Your master. But his voice trembled. His precious, brutal masculinity had been fatally wounded. The next moment it was over. The station police, alerted by the commotion, moved in swiftly. They restrained my flailing, screaming father, starting a public scene, causing a disturbance, assault. One of them listed mechanically. Any one of those charges was enough to land him in a cell. I was crying, so scared for her, my face pressed against the cool glass of the train window. Just then the train whistle blew, a long, mournful and impatient sound. The great engine shuddered and began to pull forward with a great exhalation of steam and a grinding of metal on metal. "Stop the train! Stop!" Kai shouted in panic, realizing the finality of what was happening, that his last hope was literally rolling away from him. "If that brat runs off, we'll have no money to get back to the city." In that moment of chaos, I looked at my mother's face, streaked with tears and splattered with my father's blood, and I wavered. The guilt and fear were overwhelming. I couldn't leave her to face this alone. My heart breaking, I made to move toward the emergency exit. "Ma, I'm not going," I cried out, my voice thick with tears. "I'll stay home. I'll stay and protect you." But as I started to rise from my seat, my mother did the most astonishing, the most courageous thing I have ever witnessed. She pushed past the confused policeman and my stunned, bleeding father, ran alongside the slowly moving train, and reached up, firmly pushing me back into the carriage through the open window. "No, my girl," she shouted, her voice strong and clear over the growing chug of the engine, a voice I didn't know she possessed. "Once work begins, there's no turning back. Go to Shenzhen. Fight for your future. Build a good life." Her face, a mixture of utter despair and fierce determination, was the most beautiful, heart-wrenching thing I had ever seen. "I'll always be waiting for you back home. Now go." The train picked up speed, the wheels finding their rhythm. I collapsed into my seat, sobbing uncontrollably, my vision blurred by tears. Her figure grew smaller and smaller on the receding platform, but her face, in that final powerful moment, was carved into my heart, etched so deep it would be unforgettable, a permanent source of strength. "Take care, Mom," I whispered into the glass, my breath fogging the pain. And just like that I was gone. The city, the future rushing toward me. The past, with all its pain and its one beautiful redemptive act of love, falling away behind. The journey to Shenzhen was a blur of clattering tracks and a churning mind, a whirlwind of grief, guilt, and a terrifying, exhilarating freedom. I later learned from letters my mother managed to send, penned by a literate neighbor, that on the day I left, my father was arrested for causing a public disturbance and assault. He was jailed for 3 months. 3 months of socialist discipline and police education, she wrote, had broken him. He returned to the village a meek, diminished man, his spirit crushed. After that, even the act of slaughtering a pig made him tremble. My mother, for the first time in her adult life, enjoyed a stretch of peace, a silence unbroken by threats or violence. As for Kai and Meilin, with no money and no valid tickets, their grand return to the city was impossible. Defeated and utterly humiliated, they had no choice but to crawl back to the village, their tails between their legs. But their reputation was in tatters. They were pariahs, reviled by everyone, objects of scorn and mockery. The commune wanted nothing to do with useless, problematic city youth who were more trouble than they were worth. Even their own families in the city, hearing of the disgrace and the disability, had formally cut ties, not wanting to be burdened with their failure. They were trapped, their futures as barren and lifeless as a salted field. While their lives stagnated in a mire of bitterness and mutual resentment, my new life was just beginning. I arrived in Shenzhen, a city that roared with an energy so palpable it felt like a living entity. Skyscrapers were skeletal giants against the hazy sky, the constant din of construction was the city's heartbeat, and the streets teemed with people from every corner of China, all chasing the same frantic dream of prosperity. I quickly found work in a massive electronics factory, a sprawling complex that hummed day and night. My job was on the assembly line, twisting tiny screws onto circuit boards for pagers and mobile phones for 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. The work was monotonous, mind-numbing, the air thick with the smell of solder and plastic. The factory dormitory, though cramped and shared with 7 other girls, was cleaner and brighter than my home in the village. The cafeteria meals always had a piece of meat or fish, a luxury I had never known consistently. But the novelty soon wore off. The work was brutally repetitive, the city vast and intimidatingly lonely. I was just a number, a pair of hands. No matter how fast I twisted those screws, setting my station on fire with speed, I could never afford the very products I was building. I sent most of my paycheck back to my mother, leaving me with just a few dozen yuan for myself. The dream of buying a city home, of bringing my mother here, felt more distant than ever, a cruel joke played by a merciless city. To cope with the soul-crushing loneliness and the aching homesickness for my mother, I returned to my oldest, most faithful comfort: singing. I would sing the folk songs of my homeland softly to myself in the dormitory after lights out, or hum melodies under my breath while my hands worked automatically on the line. One day, a coworker in the bunk below me overheard me. "Lien," she said, her voice filled with genuine surprise. "Your voice, it's beautiful. Like a nightingale's. I've never heard anything like it." Word spread. Soon, whenever the factory held a talent show or a cultural performance for the workers, I was the first one asked to sing. The stage fright I'd never had a chance to feel in my previous life was replaced by a thrilling electric joy when I stood before my fellow migrants. The applause, their cheers and shouts of support, fed a tiny, fragile flame of confidence I never knew I possessed. For a few minutes, I wasn't just factory worker number 407. I was Lien, the girl who could sing. It was this small, fledgling fame that eventually caught the attention of the factory's management. One day, my line supervisor called me into his cramped, paper-strewn office. "Lien," he said not unkindly, "your voice is too good to be wasted on the assembly line. We're drowning in worker turnover and morale is low. We need something to make people want to stay. We're moving you to the publicity department. You'll help with the factory newsletter, organize events, and sing. Your salary will double." It was my first real break, a trembling step onto the path I was always meant to walk. I had navigated the first treacherous currents of this new world. I had a future, a trade that didn't involve blood or betrayal. And I was just getting started. The publicity department was a different universe. Gone was the relentless, deafening hum of machinery and the acrid smell of solder. Instead, my days were filled with the soft scratch of pen on paper, the gentle whir of a mimeograph machine, and the warm, woody scent of the old desk I was assigned. My primary duty was to write uplifting articles for the factory newsletter, the electronic spark, chronicling worker achievements and management's latest benevolent policies. But my real value, I quickly learned, was my voice. My new salary felt like a king's ransom. The first thing I did after ensuring a larger money order was sent to my mother was to visit a bustling night market. There, amidst the chaotic symphony of haggling and sizzling walks, I found my treasure. A second-hand tape recorder, its buttons worn smooth by previous owners, and a stack of bootlegged cassette tapes. They were a jumble of genres: soaring cantopop ballads from Hong Kong, revolutionary anthems from a bygone era, and the simple, heartfelt folk songs of my own region. Every spare moment was now consumed by music. I would sit on my bunk after my roommates had fallen asleep, headphones clamped over my ears, listening, repeating, practicing. I dissected the vocal runs of the pop stars, the powerful projection of the revolutionary singers, and I wove them into the raw, emotional core of the folk melodies I had known since childhood. My voice, once a tool for survival in the fields, was becoming an instrument. My coworkers in the publicity department, a mix of other slightly more educated migrant workers and a few actual city locals, became my first fiercely loyal fans. "Lien, you sound better than the singers on the radio," the office assistant, a bubbly girl from Hunan, would exclaim. "When you sing that song about the mountain stream, it makes me homesick, but in a good way." Their belief was a tangible thing, a shield against the lingering whispers of imposter syndrome that told me I was just a country girl playing dress-up. Then the opportunity fell from the sky, a gift from the heavens themselves. My department head, Mr. Wong, burst into the office one afternoon, waving a brightly colored flyer like a victory banner. "Listen up. The city is hosting its first ever Shenzhen Youth Singing Contest. To celebrate our city's spirit. It's open to everyone. Migrant workers, locals, anyone with a valid ID card. No restrictions." His eyes landed squarely on me. "Lien, you have to enter. This is it." A collective excitement buzzed through the room. My colleagues surrounded my desk, their faces alight with possibility. "This is your chance. You'll win for sure. We'll all come to cheer for you. We'll make banners." In that moment, looking at their eager, supportive faces, my eyes filled with tears. The books were right. Opportunity did, in fact, favor the prepared. And I had been preparing for this my whole life, across 2 lifetimes. The mute girl and the murdered woman were both cheering me on from the shadows of my soul. The competition was a whirlwind that swept me off my feet. The preliminary round was held in our district's community hall. I stood backstage, clutching the microphone, my heart hammering not with fear but with a fierce, defiant joy. I wore a simple blue cheapao I had saved for months to buy, my only concession to stage glamour. When I walked out, I could see the judges' dismissive glances. Just another factory girl. Then I opened my mouth and sang. I chose a folk song, one my mother used to hum while mending clothes, a song about a bird leaving its nest, longing for the sky but always remembering the branch that raised it. I poured every ounce of my journey into it. The pain of betrayal, the terror of my father, the heartbreak of leaving my mother, the loneliness of the factory, and the burning, unquenchable hope for tomorrow. My voice, forged in the open air of the mountains, had a power and a raw, aching authenticity that the polished, conservatory-trained singers lacked. I saw the surprise on the judges' faces, the slight parting of lips, the nodding of heads. I sailed through that round and the next. By the time I reached the citywide finals, the local media had caught the scent of a good story. A reporter from the Shenzhen Daily interviewed me backstage. The nightingale from the assembly line, the headline read the next day. The narrative was irresistible. The butcher's daughter from a remote village who became a factory worker and was now a singing sensation, her voice a symbol of Shenzhen's own meteoric rise from farmland to metropolis. The night of the finals was to be broadcast live on Shenzhen television. The venue was a proper theater with plush red seats and a stage that seemed as vast as a field. The lights were blinding. Peering through the curtain, I could see the audience, a sea of expectant faces. Kai, my father, the village that thought it knew my destiny. They were all a world away, insignificant specks in the rearview mirror of my life. On that stage, under the blazing lights, I was no one's daughter, no one's victim. I was just Lian. I was the last to perform. When my name was called, I walked out to a polite smattering of applause. I had chosen my song carefully. It was the same mountain folk song from the preliminaries, but I had refined it, added a more complex arrangement provided by a friendly pianist I'd met during rehearsals. I closed my eyes for a brief second, thought of my mother's face on the platform and began to sing. I didn't just sing the notes, I told a story. The melody soared and dipped, my voice trembling with the vulnerability of the bird leaving its nest, then swelling with the determination of its flight. When I hit the final sustained note, a high, clear tone that seemed to hang in the air long after I had stopped singing, the theater was utterly silent for a heartbeat that stretched into an eternity. Then the silence shattered. The auditorium erupted. People were on their feet, cheering, whistling, stamping their feet. I saw judges smiling, people in the front row openly wiping tears from their eyes. I stood there, breathless, taking it in, this wave of acceptance and admiration that washed over me, cleansing me of the last residues of shame. The rest was a beautiful, dizzying dream. I won first prize. The mayor himself handed me a large, ornate trophy and a certificate. Cameras flashed, microphones were thrust in my face. Overnight, my life transformed once again. I was a local celebrity. The factory gates were besieged by fans and other reporters asking for interviews and autographs. But they were too late. I had already given my notice. A small but ambitious independent record label, New China Sounds, impressed by my story and the unique quality of my voice, had offered me a professional contract. I sat in their sleek modern office, a world away from the mud brick house of my childhood, and I signed my name, Lian, on the dotted line. My hand was steady. For the first time, I was not the subject of a transaction arranged by others. I was the one deciding my own worth. 3 months of intensive training followed. It was a boot camp for the soul. Vocal coaches worked to expand my range and protect my instrument without sanding away its rustic edges. A stern woman taught me stage presence. How to walk, how to hold the microphone, how to connect with an audience beyond the raw emotion I naturally projected. The label's director said, "We don't want to make you into a city girl. We want to polish the gem you already are. Your authenticity is your brand." We settled on a sound that blended contemporary pop production with the folk influences of my roots. A fusion that was both modern and timeless. My first album was self-titled, simply Lian. I wanted the world to remember that name. The girl who refused to be silenced. The album cover was a striking black and white photograph of my face, my eyes looking directly, fearlessly into the camera, a simple silver necklace at my throat. The album, released with a modest but clever marketing push centered around my Nightingale story, took off in a way no one, least of all me, had expected. It resonated deeply with a nation in flux. It sold over 500,000 copies in the first month, a figure that put me on par with established pop stars. My face smiled down from billboards advertising the album. My songs, Mountain Stream, The Train South, My Mother's Hands, played in hair salons, department stores, and taxi cabs across the city. Through it all, I never forgot who I was or where I came from. I turned down lucrative endorsements for luxury cosmetics and foreign liquor that felt false to my story. Instead, I became a familiar face at charity concerts. I performed in school auditoriums for wide-eyed children, and in the canteens of other massive factories, looking into the eyes of young migrant workers who saw their own dreams and struggles reflected in mine. I was their proof that the script could be rewritten, that the assembly line did not have to be the end of the story. I wasn't just a singer, I was a symbol of possibility. For 5 years I worked with a relentless, grateful energy. I released 6 more albums, each one cementing my place in the industry. I won awards, Best New Artist, Best Female Vocalist. I gave televised interviews where I spoke candidly about my past, not with bitterness, but as a testament to how far one could come. I traveled the country performing in grand concert halls. I had money. I had fame. I had a power and an independence that was entirely my own creation. The ghost of the mute, murdered wife from my past life was finally, completely laid to rest. And then, with a career established and a heart full of a peace I had never known, it was time to go home. Not as a fugitive but as a conqueror. I returned to my rural hometown during Chinese New Year, not as the disgraced daughter who had fled in the night, but as a national star. The county government, hearing of my impending arrival, decided to make a spectacle of it. From the county seat to our commune and all the surrounding villages, the road was lined with colorful flags that fluttered in the brittle winter air. As the hired car, a sleek, black sedan that drew stares from every corner, pulled into the village, drums beat and gongs sounded, a cacophony of celebration that felt both thrilling and surreal. The entire countryside seemed to have turned out, a sea of curious, excited faces pressed against the car windows. The mountain nightingale had returned, and everyone wanted a glimpse of the legend she had become. But the only face I searched for, the only one that truly mattered, was my mother's. I found her standing at the edge of the crowd in our village square, looking older, her hair more gray, her frame a little frilier, but with a new, unshakable light in her eyes that made my heart clench. The moment she saw me step out of the car, she didn't wait. She rushed forward, pushing through the well-wishers and threw her arms around me, holding me so tight I thought my ribs might crack. She sobbed into my shoulder, great, heaving sobs that spoke of 5 long years of pent-up worry, loneliness, and a pride so immense it could only be expressed through tears. "Ma, I'm home," I whispered, my own tears flowing freely, soaking into the rough fabric of her coat. The scent of her, of home-cooked food and sun-dried laundry, was a balm I hadn't known I needed. When we finally pulled apart, I held her at arm's length, my hands on her shoulders. "Ma," I asked gently, the old, familiar fear resurfacing despite my success. "After I left, did he ever hit you again?" My mother's expression changed. The softness of our reunion hardened into something else. She glanced sharply over her shoulder at my father, who was hovering nervously a few feet away, wringing a worn cap in his hands. She scoffed, a short, derisive sound I had never heard her make before. "That old loser?" she said, her voice loud and clear, carrying to those nearby. "He got what was coming to him. A pig he was slaughtering 2 years ago spooked, rammed him into a post, hurt his spine. Now he can barely get himself into bed at night, needs help with the chamber pot." She looked back at me, a hard, satisfied glint in her eye that was both shocking and glorious to see. "You think he still dares to raise a hand to me? I'm the one who should be beating him for all those years." My father, hearing this, seemed to shrink inside his padded jacket. He took a trembling, hesitant step forward, his eyes downcast, not meeting mine. "Lien," he mumbled, his voice a pale whisper of its former roar. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have treated you and your mother that way. I was wrong. A stupid, stubborn old man. Please forgive me." I swear I'll never do it again. The economic base, I thought with a grim sense of vindication, indeed determines the superstructure. With no physical strength to intimidate, no money for drink, and no legacy to boast of, his power had evaporated completely. He was now entirely dependent on the wife he had once terrorized, living in constant cowering fear that she might finally divorce him and leave him to die alone, sick and destitute. The revolution in my household, begun with a cleaver and a shard of glass, was now complete. To give back to the people who had once watched my struggles with pity or scorn, I decided to hold a free concert at the village entrance. A makeshift stage was erected using borrowed lumber and colorful quilts, and a sound system was trucked in from the county town. It felt surreal, performing my professionally produced pop songs for the familiar, weathered faces of my past, the very cornfields that had witnessed my rebirth serving as my backdrop. But what I never in 1,000 years expected was to run into Kai again right here on this day of my absolute triumph. I was in a temporary tent, having my makeup done by a stylist I'd brought from the city, when a commotion broke out outside. It was a voice, ragged and desperate, cutting through the festive noise. "Let me through. My name is Kai. I really am Lian's ex-boyfriend. I swear I'm not lying. Please just let me see her. She's beautiful and kind. She'll definitely remember me. She'll help me." The response was a chorus of merciless, raucous laughter from the villagers guarding the entrance. "Ha! Lian's a famous pop star now. Why would she know a crippled loser like you?" "Exactly. I'd sooner believe pigs can climb trees than believe she ever looked at you." A cold, detached curiosity prompted me to action. I had to see it. I had to see the final pathetic footnote to my old life. I stepped out of the tent, escorted by my manager and a broad-shouldered bodyguard. I had to see just how far the mighty had fallen. The man I saw shocked me to my core. Leaning on a crude, twisted crutch made from a dry tree branch was a wraith. His hair was a shocking, premature white, a filthy nest around a face that was a roadmap of deep wrinkles and grime. His clothes were little more than rags hanging off a skeletal frame. He smelled, even from a distance, of unwashed flesh and despair. He looked decades older than his years. This hollowed-out, broken shell was the handsome, proud youth I had once loved and lost everything for. Someone from the village committee, seeing me, hurried over, his face a mask of apologetic embarrassment. "Miss Lian, please pay this no mind. This person is the former educated youth Kai. He and that Maylin woman were a disgrace. Lazy, immoral. Their records were a mess of disciplinary violations. The city didn't want them back. Their own families, ashamed, disowned them completely. They lost their chance forever." He went on to detail their sordid end, speaking quietly but with clear disgust. Unable to earn work points, they had starved. Desperate, Maylin had seduced a crude tractor driver from a neighboring commune, gotten pregnant, and married him in a rushed, shameful ceremony. But her life was one of endless humiliation, looked down upon by her new in-laws for her capitalist background and her illegitimate child, her husband openly cheating on her. As for him, the official said, nodding with contempt at the pitiful figure of Kai, after Maylin left him for the tractor driver, he had no one. A cripple with no skills and a rotten reputation. He turned to stealing eggs from hen houses, vegetables from the gardens of the elderly. He's been in and out of the county jail so many times he probably has his own cell. The more he went in, the more despised he became by even the other criminals. He came out, like this. He's a ghost. Hearing this clinical dissection of his ruin, I felt a strange emptiness. Not satisfaction, not even pity. Just a profound, ironic sense of closure. I hadn't needed to lift a finger in direct vengeance. Karma had been a far more efficient, patient, and cruel executioner than I could ever have been. But Kai, seeing me emerge, mistook my stillness, my silent observation, for sympathy. He seemed to take it as an invitation, a crack in the door. He broke past the security, stumbling and falling to the frozen ground at my feet, clutching at the hem of my expensive wool coat with grimy fingers. "Lian, I knew it. I knew you were my first love. I knew you never forgot about me," he babbled, his voice a broken, wheedling whine. "Lian, just a few days ago I had a dream. A vivid dream. I dreamed that in a past life I got bitten by that snake and you were the one who saved me. You sucked the poison out and saved my life. In that dream we went back to the city together and lived out our days as a loving, happy couple. It was real, Lian, I know it was. The mention of the dream, the unvarnished truth of my past life, shattered my detached calm. A wave of pure, unadulterated revulsion washed over me, so strong it was nauseating. He remembered. He remembered the life where he had used me, betrayed me, murdered me and our child, and he had the gall to romanticize it, to use our tragic history as a tool for his own salvation. He was a cockroach, scuttling through the ruins of multiple lives. I couldn't hold back anymore. I felt sick, swarmed by an invisible filth. Utterly revolted, I kicked his crutch hard, sending it clattering away across the hard ground. Bastard! I snarled, my voice low and venomous, meant for his ears only. So, you do remember what happened in the dream, huh? Then you should also remember how you ruined me in that past life. You took my voice, my life, you poisoned me and killed our child. You don't even have the guts to admit the truth, and you think you're worthy of my love? You are less than nothing. He lost his balance completely and collapsed into a heap, crying out in genuine pain. But even lying in the dirt, he kept begging, his voice a broken, pathetic whimper. Lian, I was wrong in the dream too. I hurt you. I know I did. Please just look at me. See how I've suffered. Give me one more chance. I swear I'll make it all up to you. I'll love you the right way this time, I promise. But I didn't give him another chance. Not anymore. I didn't need to. I had money. I had fame. I had a power that was entirely my own. I didn't need to seek validation from the ghosts of my past, nor did I need to deliver their final sentence. I simply turned my back. I didn't even need to speak. The public security officers who had been waiting nearby for just such a disruption, moved in and efficiently dragged the sobbing, pathetic figure away. I didn't look back. I walked onto the makeshift stage, the adoration of the crowd washing over me like a warm, cleansing wave. I looked out at the sea of faces, at my beaming, proud mother standing front and center, and I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that the girl who had died in that other life was finally, truly, forever free. The song I sang that day was not one of vengeance, but of a hard-won, glorious, and everlasting peace. The roar of the village crowd was a physical thing, a wave of sound that washed over the makeshift stage and soaked into the very soil of my hometown. I stood there, bathed in its warmth, and for a fleeting moment, the past and present superimposed. I saw the ghost of the mute, grateful girl I had been, standing in this same dirt, and I saw the woman I was now, a woman who commanded attention with her voice, not sacrificed it. My final song was a new one, an unreleased ballad I'd written in my Shenzhen apartment, looking out at a sea of lights that had once been just a dream. It was called The Soil and the Sky, a tribute to the roots that grounded me and the wings that set me free. As I sang the last note, holding it until it faded into the crisp mountain air, the silence that followed was profound, broken only by the wind whispering through the bare winter branches. Then the applause erupted again, louder, warmer, more real than any I'd received in a city stadium. It was the sound of home accepting me not as I was but as I had become. Later, as the stage was being dismantled and the crowds began to disperse, laden with the thrill of the unexpected concert, I found myself surrounded by a different kind of audience. The village elders, their faces etched with the seasons, the women I'd once worked alongside in the fields, their hands still rough from labor, even the children who only knew me as a face on a poster or a voice on the radio. They didn't ask for autographs. They pressed small, hard-won gifts into my hands. A basket of brown eggs, a jar of thick, golden wild honey, a clumsily knitted scarf in vibrant, clashing colors. Their pride was a tangible force, not for the star I'd become, but for the local girl who had made good. I was their victory too, a proof that this place, these mountains, could produce something that shone on a national stage. My mother stood by my side through it all, her hand occasionally finding mine, giving it a squeeze that was both a comfort and an anchor. Each touch felt like she was tethering me, reminding me that despite the fame and the distance, this dusty village, with all its painful memories, was still a part of my marrow. We walked back to the house, now quiet and still, the echoes of the celebration fading behind us. The next few days were a quiet whirlwind of visits and reminiscing. I walked the familiar paths, some now paved with rough concrete, and visited the old educated youth camp, which was mostly derelict, its windows broken, a ghost of a bygone era. I stood at the edge of the cornfield, now fallow and dusted with a light snow, where it had all begun. The memory of Kai's scream, the sight of his swelling leg, the pressure of countless expectant eyes. It all felt like a scene from a film I'd watched long ago, poignant but no longer painful. The landscape of my past had lost its power to wound me. One afternoon I took a long walk with my mother, away from the well-wishers and the lingering officials. We ended up on a small hill overlooking the village, the same hill I'd fled to as a child to escape my father's temper. The view was the same, but the eyes seeing it were irrevocably changed. "He asks about you, you know," she said softly, not looking at me, her gaze fixed on the smoke rising from the village chimneys. "Your father. He collects every newspaper clipping about you he can get his hands on. He keeps them in a wooden box under his bed. Sometimes I see him looking at them when he thinks no one is watching." I didn't say anything. The wound of his betrayal was too old to ache, but the scar was still there, a pale, raised reminder. "He's not the same man, Lien," she continued, her voice firm. "The illness, the shame, it broke him. But in some ways it saved me. I have a life now. I have friends. I play mahjong with the other women on the street. I don't have to ask for money to buy a new pot or a bolt of cloth." She said this not with bitterness, but with a quiet, firm satisfaction that was more powerful than any shout of victory. I looked at her, truly looked at her. The perpetual worry line between her brows had softened. Her shoulders, once permanently hunched as if awaiting a blow, were straight. The journey I had taken to Shenzhen had, in its own way, been her journey to freedom as well. My escape had been the key that unlocked her cage. "I'm glad, Ma," I said, and I meant it with every fiber of my being. The cycle of pain that had trapped her for decades had been broken, not by a man's change of heart, but by a seismic shift in power, enabled by my defiant flight. My manager had booked my return ticket to Shenzhen for a week later, but I found myself extending my stay. The frantic, relentless pace of the city, the constant demands of recording schedules, promotional tours, and media appearances, felt a world away. Here I could breathe. I spent my days helping my mother in her small, meticulously kept vegetable garden behind the house, a task I'd once resented but now found deeply, soothingly therapeutic. We talked for hours, sitting on low stools in the weak winter sun, filling in the gaps of the 5 years we'd spent apart. I told her about the soul-crushing loneliness of the factory dormitory, the sheer terror and exhilaration of the singing contest, the surreal experience of seeing my own face 20 feet tall on a billboard. She told me about the small, monumental triumphs of her new life, standing up to a bullying neighbor who had always taken advantage of her, painstakingly learning to read well enough to understand my letters without help, secretly saving a little money of her own in a tin hidden beneath a floorboard. It was during one of these quiet, sun-drenched afternoons that a young girl, no older than 12, appeared at our gate, shifting nervously from foot to foot. Her name was Xia, she whispered, the daughter of the village tailor. She had a voice, she said, and she dreamed of singing just like me. Would I please listen? So, right there in my mother's dusty courtyard, with the chickens clucking softly in the background and the winter sun casting long shadows, I listened as Xia sang a local folk song. Her voice was high and clear as a bell, trembling with a fear I knew so well, but underneath it was a raw, untrained potential that was unmistakable. It was the echo of my own voice from a lifetime ago. I didn't offer her empty promises of fame and fortune. Instead, I talked to her about scales, about breath control, about supporting a note from the diaphragm. I told her that a voice was like a muscle. It needed constant, careful practice and unwavering care. I wrote down the name and address of a reputable, kind-hearted music teacher in the county seat, a former opera performer who had retired back to her hometown. And I promised Xia and her wide-eyed, disbelieving parents who had gathered nervously by the gate, that I would pay for her first full year of lessons. The look on her face, a dizzying mixture of shock, disbelief, and dawning radiant hope, was worth more than any platinum record, any industry award. It was the circle of hope completing itself. As my departure date finally loomed, a profound sense of completion settled over me. This trip home had not been about gloating or revenge. It had been about reconciliation, with my past, with my mother, and with the girl I used to be. I had closed the circle not with a slam but with a gentle, definitive click. On my last morning, my mother walked me to the same dusty spot where the tricycle had picked me up 5 years before. This time there was a hired car waiting, its engine purring softly, ready to take me to the airport and back to my life. There were no tears this time, only a deep, quiet, unshakable understanding that flowed between us, a river of shared strength. You built your good life, Lien, she said, reaching up to cup my face in her work-roughened hands, her touch infinitely gentle. Just like you said you would. You told me you would and you did. And I'll build one for you too, Ma, I said, my voice thick with emotion. A real house in Shenzhen. With running water and a flush toilet. Just you wait. She smiled then, a real, full, breathtaking smile that reached the corners of her eyes and lit up her entire face. I'm already living in it, my girl, she said, her voice steady and sure. She tapped a finger gently against her chest, over her heart. Right here. Knowing you're out there, free and happy, singing your songs. That is the biggest, most beautiful house you could ever build for me. I hugged her then, pulling her small, sturdy frame against me, breathing in the familiar, essential scent of sun-dried cotton and earth. The scent of home, of love, of survival. As the car pulled away, I watched her in the rearview mirror. She was not a shrinking figure this time, but a strong, upright woman standing proudly in the middle of the road, one hand raised in a steady, unwavering wave, watching until the car turned a corner and she was gone from sight. The flight back to Shenzhen was smooth, the sky a boundless, brilliant blue. I looked down at the sprawling, glittering city that had become my home, its relentless energy visible even from thousands of feet in the air. It was a city of dreams and I had carved out my own piece of it, not with a cleaver but with a song. But I knew now, with a certainty that filled me with a profound peace, that my story was no longer just about escaping a village or a tragic past. It was about what you build after you've escaped. It was about using your voice once you found it to sing songs that matter, songs of survival, of strength, of a mother's love, and of a peace so hard-won it feels like a constant, quiet miracle. I had my next album to record, new stages to conquer, new songs waiting to be born. But for the first time the drive felt different. It wasn't fueled by the fire of past wrongs or the fear of returning to poverty. It was fueled by the steady, warm, enduring light of a future I had chosen, built and cherished entirely for myself. The encore, I realized with a smile as the plane began its descent, was just beginning. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. "They're after your painting," the private detective asserted, "and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust." I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her, but I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings, but at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.